Our next order of business day is the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024. Before we begin, we have a special guest here. Judge
Well,
Carter.
thank you. I'd like you to meet my son, Johnny Carter. He's the baseball coach of the winningest program in Central Texas.
Is that a winning program or?
It's a big,
He
yeah.
only talks about you every day. Proud dad, okay. Thank you. I'll now recognize Chairman Fleischman to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to present the committee the fiscal year 2024 Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill. First, I'd like to thank Chairwoman Granger and Ranking Member DeLauro for their leadership on this bill. I'd especially like to thank my Ranking Member, Ms. Capter, for being a tremendous partner throughout this year's process as well. Before I lead into this, just a few words. This is my first bill as a Cardinal, and I've been here now, this is my 7th term, and I just wanted to tell everybody that I so appreciate the privilege of being in this position, and we have friends on both sides of the dais here tonight, and I look forward to moving forward with this bill. I thank all members for their input and requests on this bill. We received almost 5,000 member requests and worked hard to be as accommodating as possible within the overall priorities of the bill. The recommendation totals just under $58 billion, an increase of $1.3 billion above fiscal year 2023, and a reduction of $2 billion below the President's budget request. The defense allocation is $32.5 billion, an increase of $1.1 billion above last year. The effective non-defense allocation is $25.5 billion, an increase of $143 million above fiscal year 2023, and a reduction of $1.6 billion below the President's budget request. The non-defense spending is composed of the 302B allocation of $19.9 billion and the reprioritization of $5.6 billion in unobligated funds from the Inflation Reduction Act. The Energy and Water Bill is critical for our nation, for our national security, our energy security, and our economic competitiveness. The bill includes $24 billion for the National Nuclear Security Administration. Within that, the bill fully funds all major weapons and infrastructure modernization activities, including the W-93 warhead, the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile, the B-83-1 gravity bomb, and the restart of plutonium pit production capability. NNSA funding also supports naval reactors and defense nuclear nonproliferation. Remaining a leader in nuclear energy technologies will ensure reliable energy here at home and will help allies around the globe. The recommendation includes $1.78 billion for the Department of Energy's Nuclear Energy Base Program. It also redirects a total of $3.6 billion in previously appropriated funds to higher priorities, specifically $2.4 billion to develop a domestic capability for producing low-enriched uranium, including high-assay low-enriched uranium that will be necessary for upcoming advanced reactors, and $1.2 billion to support the ongoing advanced small modular reactor demonstration project. To reduce our reliance on foreign sources of critical minerals, the bill provides more than $200 million for the full spectrum of production technologies. The Army Corps of Engineers is funded at $9.57 billion, including full funding of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund activities and ongoing Inland Waterways Trust Fund construction projects. These investments will help ensure goods can be moved safely to and from global markets. Funding for the Bureau of Reclamation totals $1.8 billion and prioritizes projects that increase water supply and support drought response. For both the Corps and Reclamation, members again were able to influence funding priorities by making community project funding requests. This year, the bill includes a total of $945 million for these projects. The bill continues strong funding for the Department of Energy Office of Science, including fusion energy science, to enhance America's role as the global leader of scientific discovery and to lay the foundation for future scientific breakthroughs. In closing, and this is something that over the years I would sit here and listen to cardinals and other members, ranking members, thank their staffs. My staff is behind me here. I would have never been able to get this bill anywhere near close to done. When you're in this position, believe me, and I know the minority staff feels the same way, these folks work tirelessly. They accommodate members, they accommodate calls from the district with all of the work that's been done. So a sincere note of thanks. And on the majority staff, I want to call out by name Angie, Perry, Nora, Richie, Scott, and Janet. And in my personal office, Ian and Daniel, and a special note, we had a wonderful young lady who was with us about 6 years, now has gone to join our majority leader staff, Holly Hendricks. She worked on this bill as well before moving on to Leader Scalise's office. On the minority staff, Scott, Jocelyn, and Adam. This is a strong bill, and I respectfully urge members to support it. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fleischman. I now recognize Ms. Capter for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Chair Granger and Chair Fleischman. It is always a joy to be with this subcommittee. I wish we ran the place, but we do our part. I also wanted to welcome Johnny Carter. I hope that your dad provides you with Round Rock donuts, because he's told us all about those. And I hope he gets them to your teams. We are here together tonight to mark up the fiscal year 2024 Energy and Water Development Bill. This bill focuses on Mother Nature, her awesome powers, and as well as her looming threats. The energy and water undergird our way of life and American progress. They are not optional, energy and water, but essential to sustaining life. I always stand ready to cooperate on a responsible energy and water bill when the majority produces a 2024 budget under regular order through the Budget Committee. That's their job. I know Chair Fleischman, I can't speak for him, but I know he's a regular order member as well. But this year we operate under disorder. So the task of producing a real budget is outside the purview of our subcommittee, but without it, unfortunately and regrettably, I must oppose this bill. Despite recently passing a highly irregular bipartisan debt deal that included a path forward on spending levels, unfortunately, the majority have chosen to turn their backs on those promises and cater to the most extreme minority of their party. This bill has no chance to become law, as it is written now. Americans don't want this standoff. I surely don't. They want us to work together, and we usually do, to do our work. To do our work, the larger Congress can't abandon regular committee order conducted in full sunlight, and but that happened this time because there was no regular budget, and we actually did not follow regular order for 302B allocations. The process we've been subjected to is not fair to any member, and we know that those decisions were not made by the Appropriations Committee. That is highly irregular and is destructive to our functioning as a body. Now, on particulars, the non-defense spending in this bill is $5.4 billion, or 22%, lower than last year's effective level. That is a huge, radical reduction. It imperils our nation's imperative to become energy independent here at home in perpetuity. It repeals over $5 billion for critical energy programs from the Inflation Reduction Act that would have helped America's families save money on energy, on their monthly bills. In many places like Ohio and maybe where you live, natural gas rates are increasing because of Russia's impact on global supplies, and consumers are paying for that. A big driver we have heard for these cuts is to reduce deficits and the national debt. We all want to do that. I've served in Congresses where we did. However, the Biden administration and congressional Democrats have turned the debt curve in the right direction by ushering in a real growth economy with historic job growth that is producing more revenue to pay our debts down. This has not happened in a quarter century. The last time that happened was when Bill Clinton, when leaving office, turned over a balanced budget to the Congress of the United States. Coming out of the pandemic, America has really boomed back. What a credit to the American people, to the institutions and people who serve here who understood what needed to be done to pull out of the nosedive this country was in. With the Biden administration's significant economic growth, post-pandemic inflation is declining. Inflation comes from too much money following too few goods. And we've learned a whole lot more about supply chains during the pandemic. Too much has been outsourced and needs to be insourced again. But if we look at gas prices, they've been cut in half just since last year. Gas prices average $3.58 now, which is $1.39 less than a year ago. And in places like I come from, this week gas costs $3.34. That's a heck of a lot better than $4.80. Our nation has been able to bend the curve on debt, and importantly, debt as a percentage of our gross domestic product has dropped in the last 2 years. For the first time since Bill Clinton sent that balanced budget to the Congress as we turned over the page to the 21st century from the 20th. You don't pay down legacy debt without growing our economy. And you can't cut into the sinew of our nation by underfunding key federal programs and stalling economic growth. You pay debts down by robust economic growth and job creation. Unfortunately, the proposed cuts by my Republican colleagues would take the country in the opposite direction. They target energy advances that reclaim our nation's energy independence from paying foreign suppliers. And without those cuts, we would propel our economy forward faster. At a time marked by water shortages, extreme weather events, and an increasing occurrence of natural disasters, this bill endangers efforts to address the climate crisis. California has faced more, get ready, than 13 atmospheric river events causing widespread flooding. Across the Southwest, the severe drought has resulted in the Colorado River crisis, the first time in American history that river has been diverted. Just last week, we saw a tornado strike in my hometown of Toledo, Ohio. And earlier this month, we experienced dangerous pollution across the eastern United States from Canadian wildfires. Climate change is increasing the size, frequency, and intensity of all these natural disasters. When I got home last week, I went out, quite a little gardener, and I went out and my beautiful, beautiful flower bush in the back, I thought, why did those leaves turn brown? And I put my finger across the leaves. It was all of the scum from the wildfire smoke that had come down into our part of northern Ohio. It was really very peculiar. Those who believe they can ignore the forces of nature and the human species that rely on it are really misguided and treading on a very dangerous path. In this arena and era, we must place wisdom above timidity, invention above convention, and adaptation above ignorance. Energy is critical to sustaining our way of life. When energy costs rise, it hits hard and slams our economy. We feel it in our utility bills and in the cost of our weekly grocery runs. The Department of Energy has a proven track record. Fracking technologies developed by the department have allowed us to be a natural gas exporter. Department of Energy research has driven down the prices on clean energy technologies by 40 to 95% just since 2010. And I'm proud to represent the most significant domestic solar manufacturers in our nation. However, this bill's extreme budget cuts would impede American energy progress and national progress, resulting in higher energy costs, which is very damaging to economic growth. Shortchanging these programs pushes our nation backwards, failing to modernize our nation's electric grid, failing to advance innovation relative to our global competitors in materials and manufacturing science, and failing to build domestic end-to-end energy supply chains for jobs in America's new energy economy. The bill's extreme cuts would also increase dependence on foreign adversaries for energy supplies. Energy is our future. Energy independence is something that equates to American liberty. We can't jeopardize our nation's vital future energy sources and supplies. Stable yearly investments are the bare minimum that the American people deserve from our committee to keep critical programs like these on track. The Republicans' extreme cuts backpedal American progress and will set our economy back decades. In other areas of this bill, and I'm almost ready to close, I continue to be troubled by the unsustainable spending in the Department of Energy's weapons programs. And I think members of both parties understand what's going on here. While I wholeheartedly agree with Chair Fleischman that the NNSA needs to improve its program and project management, given that more than half of its projects are over cost or behind schedule, over half, we must also face the realities of future defense caps and begin making important decisions to prioritize within this program. Further, I'm concerned how this bill cuts nuclear non-proliferation programs that reduce nuclear risks and counter the global challenge of nuclear proliferation. And finally, the bill includes numerous controversial poison pill policy riders that show the majority party is really not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. I'm not into charades in this committee. I'm getting into getting the job done. With that, I'll close my remarks and urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and await the day when level heads prevail. Let's return to legislative process with discipline, openness, and regular order. I also want to thank and state it has been a pleasure to work with Chair Fleischman, the members on both sides of the aisle on this committee. I thank my personal staff member, Maley Boyce, who was not mentioned in the earlier gratitude call-outs, and also again, Scott McKee. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Kaptur. I now recognize myself with remarks on the bill. First, I want to thank Chairman Fleischman for his work on this bill. It delivers responsible appropriations in support of a stronger national defense, economy, and energy sector. As we face growing threats around the world, the bill invests in the Department of Energy's work on weapons development and supporting infrastructure. This bill also reduces spending on unnecessary programs and reprioritizes funding to areas that strengthen our energy security. In particular, it eliminates funds from climate change initiatives in order to respond responsibly, maintain and our programs that ensure affordable and reliable energy. To reduce our reliance on China, this bill supports domestic development to critical minerals. Finally, I appreciate the Chair's efforts to continue significant funding for the Army Corps of Engineers for navigation and flood control projects. These projects are so important to our economy and to the public safety. To close, I want to thank the members and staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work. This is a strong bill, and everyone should be able to support it. I now recognize Ranking Member DeLauro for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Granger, for yielding, and I want to say a thank you to Chairman Fleischman and Ranking Member Kaptur for your work on the subcommittee. Also want to say a thank you to the majority and the minority staff, and the minority staff particularly to Scott McKee, Jocelyn Hunt, and Adam Wilson. Thanks for the great work that you all do. My goals for the 2024 Energy and Water Bill are to lower energy bills for families, create jobs by growing and supporting a robust manufacturing sector, promote American energy independence, and outcompete China. But that's not what this bill does. The majority has put forth a bill that increases energy costs for American families, undermines growth and modernization of our energy infrastructure, weakens our national security, and would yield the world's energy future to the Chinese Communist Party. As much as my Republican colleagues may refuse overwhelming evidence or deny scientific consensus and ignore the calamitous natural disasters that have become more severe and more common across the country, we have no choice but to transform our energy sector to reflect our climate reality. The best path, the only path that addresses climate change, reduces our dependence on fossil fuels, and ends our reliance on foreign energy, is to diversify how we produce and how we store energy. Wind, solar, hydroelectric, hydrogen, geothermal. When it comes to addressing climate and driving a robust energy sector, our answer to the question, how, must be everything under the sun. The Department of Energy's clean energy programs drive down energy costs, making it cheaper to expand domestic energy sources. This is the direction the world is going, and if we do not lead on new energy technologies, our competitors, like China, will be happy to lead instead. For the energy efficiency and renewable energy account, the majority proposes cutting the Department of Energy's budget by $466 million from the 2023 level. This office researches and develops manufacturing, building, energy management, and weatherization technologies that are critical to our nation's growth and resilience. That is nearly $500 million that will not be invested in our economic, energy, and in our climate future. Furthermore, Republicans would cut $4.5 billion from the high-efficiency electric home rebate program, $1 billion from the Assistance for Latest and Zero Building Energy Code adoption, and $200 million from the state-based home energy efficiency contractor training grants. That means if American families want to reduce their home energy consumption and lower their monthly bills, Republicans say no. We must be innovative, creative, and aggressive in fighting for a clean energy future to make America resilient in the face of climate change, which is why it is irresponsible to rescind $15 billion from the DOE's Innovative Technology Loan Guarantee Program. That program supports critical projects that, for example, sequester air pollutants. Did anybody watch or see the skies over parts of the East Coast and the Midwest in the last couple of weeks? Red suns, they were orange and red. I mean, how do you not see this? That's a visual. It's not. It's just not an academic fact. I would hope we could agree that air pollution is a bad thing, but perhaps the majority feels differently. Sustainability, at its core, is a demand that we responsibly steward the planet and its natural resources to future generations. The majority fails this demand. This bill is full of gimmicks that expose hypocrisy. It shifts $576 million in domestic funding to defense programs by abandoning prior agreements on funding environmental cleanup. And if the proposed abandonment of America's energy future and debasement of our ability to build a robust and diversified energy industry were not enough, and enough reason to vote against this bill, then the offensive riders should be call-outs to critical race theory, DEI, and marriage equality make me think that this is a messaging bill and not something written by appropriators who are serious about governing. Finally, I must reiterate the majority is reneging on the deal that the Speaker of the House struck with the President just weeks ago. The bipartisan budget agreement was supposed to get us back onto regular order. Instead, Republicans have proposed their harmful cuts agenda, not just $142 billion in cuts that failed in the initial McCarthy caps bill, but $159 billion to start, and as much as $189 billion if the majority fully flouts the Speaker's commitments in the law that they just voted to enact. I'll say it again and over again. I voted against the budget agreement. But there is a basic civics lesson of how a bill becomes law. You pass it in the House, you pass it in the Senate, and the President signs the bill. We teach our school kids that. Apparently, there are a whole lot of folks in the majority, and particularly the Speaker of the House, who believes that that's not it. Walk away, walk on by, didn't make any difference, all of the negotiations that were held to. So this agenda, quite honestly, as my colleague, the ranking member, has pointed out, has no chance of becoming law. And for all these reasons, I cannot support the bill. I thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Valdeo is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Chairman Fleischman and all the other members of the committee. I'd also like to express my appreciation and support for the inclusion of the important provisions that provide much-needed improvements to federal water storage and conveyance systems in the western United States. For too long, complex and contradictory laws and regulations that control much of how much water we're able to pump and what storage projects we're able to build and use have amplified the water shortage problems across the western United States. Provisions in this bill will help alleviate some of these issues by increasing water storage, streamlining operations, and bringing much-needed accountability to the way our water is managed. The language not only helps California, but all western states. As many of you know, the state of California relies on multiple water systems that also impact neighboring western states such as Nevada and Arizona. Smarter management of California's water resources will allow the state to be more self-sufficient with its own water supply and will certainly provide relief for states that share conjoining water sources. While we cannot control the weather, we can control the laws and regulations that govern our water and ensure that we are pursuing common sense solutions to protect our rural communities and our national food supply. I want to again thank the committee for recognizing the urgent needs of Western communities and farmers by including this language in the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. By working together, we are prioritizing common sense water policy, and we are fulfilling our commitment to the protection and success of our rural communities, ag producers in the greater Western United States. I look forward to working alongside my fellow appropriators to support these provisions and all other actions that deliver much-needed relief to the tens and millions of people who rely on a stable and effective federal water system. Thank you, and I yield back.
You. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No worries. I usually just tell people to vote for the longest name on the ballot. That's always me at home. Chairman Fleischman and Ranking Member Capter, it's really been wonderful to work with you on this subcommittee for another appropriation season. I've had the privilege of being on this subcommittee for a number of years now. And Chairman Fleischman, I've been in your shoes. Congratulations on your first opportunity to have a gavel and be in the role of a cardinal chairing a committee. There's a lot of moving parts, especially in this bill. So I commend you and wish you the best of luck going forward. I was also glad to see that the bill includes $415 million in base funding, the same as the president's budget for Everglades restoration in this bill. I'm certainly not the only one in this room that cares deeply about the largest hydrologic restoration project we've ever undertaken in the United States. My good friends in the Florida delegation, Mr. Franklin, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Diaz-Balart, and Ms. Frankel, we all have districts that are affected immensely by this work. A recent influx of federal investment has given us unprecedented momentum in actual restoration work. Last year, we had 6 projects within the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan under construction, and in the next 2 years, we have several more projects that are expected to begin work. That's why we must keep our funding momentum, because this critical restoration plan is vital to our drinking water, flood control, and the environmental balance that must be reestablished from the man-made replumbing of nature and the toll that development took on South Florida. Unfortunately, though, moving beyond Everglades funding, so I gave you one thing I could, we could write home about in this bill, but this bill does have significant funding gaps that can jeopardize America's energy stability and independence, which is why I'm unable to support the bill, reporting this bill out of committee. Instead of investing in America, this bill cuts funding by $3.9 billion from FY23. And my question is, who does this funding cut benefit? We already make the Army Corps jump through every possible regulatory barrier before we fund a project. This includes an extensive cost-benefit analysis. A project does not reach the appropriation stage if the benefits do not exceed the costs. And this is using a 3% discount rate. You would never use a 3% discount rate to value a business investment. Yes, that's what we make the Army Corps do, despite our very own OMB suggesting that we use 7% for water planning projects. So the majority is cutting funding for projects that have been independently determined to benefit our constituents. And this is in a time when we already have more than $100 billion backlog in authorized but unfunded core projects. Seems reminiscent of what I talked about when we did the Milcon VA bill, when there was a cut of $200 million, when we have a massive infrastructure need. Cutting funding in this bill means delaying funding for projects that we fought to get authorized in last year's WRDA. And WRDA only happens every 2 years. So that could mean delaying projects, for example, in Mr. Cloud's district for coastal Texas protection projects. It could delay projects for the upper Barataria Basin just south of Ms. Letlow's district, or delaying the Prado Basin restoration project? Tomato, Prado or Prado? It could be delayed, and that project is in Mr. Calvert's district. Investments in water infrastructure and flood protection projects are far from the causes of our federal deficit. I mean, come on. And if anything, cutting funding in this bill will harm our economy at a time when the Chinese Communist Party is throwing their full weight into infrastructure investments. We are undermining our ability to remain competitive with these cuts. So for these reasons, I regrettably must vote no on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Rogers is recognized.
I thank the chair for recognition. And I want to thank and congratulate Chairman Flashman for bringing us a good bill. This is a good one. The Corps of Engineers does great work in ensuring all of our constituents can have access to our nation's great waters, all the while providing safety from natural disasters. I believe this bill positions the Corps to excel in their mission, one which benefits all of us. I also want to thank the chair for continued strong funding for the Appalachian Regional Commission, including $65 million to help those in Appalachia who've been hurt by the drawdown in the coal industry through the Power Grant Program. This funding is a godsend for our rural constituents, and after last year's flooding, is needed now more than ever. This is a good bill. The chairman and the subcommittee have done great work, and I urge everyone to support this bill. I yield back.
Ms. Watson Coleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this bill, which reflects what I believe is the backwards approach that my colleagues across the aisle are taking to address some of the most pressing issues we face today. This bill rescinds our significant investments in solar and wind energy development. It cuts funding to programs support household transitions to energy efficient appliances, and repeals over $200 million meant to be invested in job training. New Jersey receives $91 million from the High Efficiency Electric Home Rebate Program, which benefits at least 5,200 households. Republicans have cut $4.5 billion from this program, which will significantly impact the New Jerseyans who relied on it to save on their energy bills and upgrade their appliances. The bill also includes punitive, dangerous measures like allowing firearms on over 12 million acres of Army Corps managed public lands and recreation areas, which sees millions of visitors annually. This reflects Republicans' blatant disregard for public safety, and it puts families enjoying our great outdoors in harm's way. I also take issue with the Republican measure to prohibit funding for the Department of Energy's Justice 4-Day Initiative, a federal effort to put our historically underserved, often Black communities front and center as beneficiaries of clean energy investments and environmental cleanups. These communities have been on the front lines of decades of pollution and bear the highest costs of the climate crisis, experience higher rates of climate-related health impacts like respiratory and heart diseases, water-related illnesses, and premature deaths. To prohibit funding for an initiative that seeks to right some of those historical wrongs is simply unconscionable and offensive to me. My colleagues across the room have continuously shown disdain and carelessness toward their own constituents by introducing measures like this and by again introducing a prohibition on funding that is related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. I can't understand what they find so objectionable about efforts to make the federal workforce a more inclusive and accessible place to work. But I've never seen them work harder than when they're trying to prevent the advancement of Black and brown Americans. Once again, Republicans demonstrate their short-sightedness and unwillingness to help shepherd our country through the climate crisis and into an environmentally sustainable future. Instead of setting ourselves up for long-term success by investing in renewable energy infrastructure, incentivizing homeowners to make more efficient home improvements, and funding workforce training and education, this bill cuts funding to critical energy programs, and ensures that our country will be a global follower, not a leader in addressing the crises of our lifetimes. And with that, I cannot support this bill, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Newhouse is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Fleshman, you look great up there. Your first foray of being a Cardinal, you're doing a great job, so thank you. I want to express my appreciation to you, as well as Ranking Member Capter. It's always a pleasure working with her. And not to forget all of the staff on both the majority and the minority sides for all of your efforts in bringing this this product to the committee, to the full committee. I certainly appreciate all your work on behalf of the members of the committee, but most importantly, on behalf of all of our constituents, and certainly the careful consideration that you gave to our districts as you crafted the 2024 fiscal year energy and water appropriations bill. I'm pleased to see sections of the bill which would fund huge priorities for me in Central Washington. I just want to go over those a little bit. It prioritizes, and I know this is a huge priority of yours, Mr. Chairman, funding for the high-assay, low-enriched uranium, the HALEU, which certainly is a primary fuel for the advanced nuclear reactors. Very, very, very important. Includes strong funding for the advanced small modular reactor and advanced reactor demonstration programs, important to all of us as we look forward to our energy futures. Provides $65 million for the Environmental and Molecular Sciences Laboratory and $4.8 million for the Grid Storage Launch Pad at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. I was particularly happy to see, for the first time ever, language included in this bill directing the Department of Energy to apply for phase 2 of something that's called the Hanford Test Bed Initiative. Currently, the DOE's Office of Environmental Management is conducting a 2,000-gallon TBI to evaluate the treatment and the retrieval of low-activity waste at the Hanford site. And if successful, this This low-activity waste will be immobilized into solid form and disposed of off-site, something that offers a lot of potential. I'm certainly grateful to see the committee's recommendation for the Hanford site to provide the president's budget request for Richland, as well as funding significantly above FY 2023 enacted level for the Office of River Protection to support stable cleanup activities. However, I am concerned that these funding levels could shortchange the important risk mitigation and the infrastructure work that still needs to take place at Hanford. On the ORP side, it could potentially underfund Hanford's tank waste treatment efforts, which is a truly critical DOE mission. And failing to properly support the Hanford site cleanup efforts could substantially increase environmental risks and long-term costs. Very happy that, as I said, the TBI language, I think that can really help reduce these long-term costs and expedite the cleanup into the future. So like I said, that's very exciting. And moving forward, I certainly look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, with you, Ms. Captor, to find an efficient path forward as it pertains to the funding for the Hanford site and all of the important work that's being done there. And with that, thank you and yield back.
Ms. Lee of Nevada is recognized.
Madam Chair, it's good to see you up there, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Captor and Ranking Member DeLauro. I rise today, unfortunately, in opposition to this bill, which is a huge disappointment to me as a Nevadan, as a staunch advocate for conservation and a representative for so many who are counting on Congress to take action to combat the climate crisis. And, you know, I just want to draw attention to this issue because on energy and water, I serve on several committees, the Problem Solvers Caucus. You know, we know that we have to make a transition, and it's not an either or, it's a portfolio. And we know that we have a climate crisis problem, and I represent a state that is a clear example of it. Lake Mead has a bathtub ring that's the size of Statue of Liberty as a result of the most drastic drought in 12 centuries. Our two largest cities, Amadeus District, Reno and Las Vegas, are the two most rapidly warming cities in the country. And in 2021, our heat-related deaths in Southern Nevada doubled from the year before to 245. That has been a 5-fold increase over the last decade. And I should point out that these deaths are mostly our most disadvantaged people who can't afford air conditioning, who, you know, struggle with costs. And in fact, heat-related deaths have outpaced car fatalities in Clark County. And our neighbors in Northern Nevada, everyone in this room experienced it a few weeks ago, are breathing unhealthy, smoke-filled air from wildfires. I've made a commitment to work on this committee, the ENW subcommittee, on the Natural Resources Committee, with the goal of ensuring that Nevada has reliable access to water for the long term, and also ensuring that renewable energy can be deployed swiftly and responsibly. And I want to make a point that doesn't mean no oil and gas. It doesn't mean no nuclear energy. It means that we have to take into account all of the costs associated with our energy portfolio. One of the things I want to point out is when I hear my colleagues who are oil and gas proponents basically talk about the cost of energy. And we have to remember that the cost of not acting will increase our energy costs as well. A strong, clean energy economy will save us billions of dollars, by avoiding billions of dollars that natural disasters and rising costs will incur from unabated climate change. 18 natural disasters in this country last year alone caused damages exceeding $1 billion. NOAA calculated a total cost to the nation of $165 billion. And it's not just about losses. Clawing back this funding cuts into gains that we have made in our growing economy. And my district has benefited from this a great deal. In fact, my whole state has. Northern Nevada actually leads the nation in the highest number of clean energy jobs since the passage of the IRA, with 10,000 such jobs to be exact, and more than $4.4 billion in investments. Economic strategy aside, this bill even more shockingly cuts funding in half of our Water Smart program at a time when, as I said, the West is battling a 12th century drought. The highly successful program has enabled the Bureau of Reclamation to work directly with Nevadans to increase our water supply, providing grant funding that is essential for projects ranging from replacing glass lawns with Water Smart landscaping to restoring the Las Vegas Wash, through which the Las Vegas stormwater's runoff is treated and returned to Lake Mead, because we cannot afford to lose one single drop of water. And Southern Nevada has been a national leader in this. Congress should be encouraging other states and communities to follow our lead in taking advantage of how impactful this program is, not gutting it. And when my Republican colleagues state that these cuts are necessary for tightening our belts, standing up for fiscal responsibility, I find it quite hard to believe. That claim is pretty rich when considering the House majority is expending its time and energy advancing tax cuts at the expense of $96 billion over a decade that could instead go towards making start improvements to improving programs with a national impact like Water Smart. I find these choices somewhat troubling, and I find it hard to stomach members parroting political talking points about fiscal responsibility when the cuts are coming out of water conservation programs that my community and so many communities in the West rely on to survive. On this bill, with its priorities clearly out of whack, I sadly urge my colleagues to vote a no. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Chairman, as well as Ranking Member Capter for this bill. This bill is actually nothing short of essential for the nation right now. It bolsters and ensures our national security. It's essential to improve and advance and enhance our national labs, and it's essential to strengthen our energy infrastructure. When I first started running for Congress and to this day, I tell my constituents, I'm not here to undo the damage of the policies in California. I'm here to ensure that the damaging policies of California are not uploaded to the federal level, and that hopefully the country doesn't turn into what California has become, especially from an energy policy perspective. And 2 years ago, over 2 years ago now, when the president announced that he was going to use California as his blueprint for domestic policies, and specifically his energy policies, the hair on my neck stood up, and for good reason. We have lost our energy independence, not only in the state of California, but now as a nation, and we've been dealing with the consequences of that. And this bill helps inoculate us, helps to start the healing process, hopefully get us back on a track to energy independence, and start fighting these historically high energy prices that we've been suffering from. And abroad, we're forced to rely on foreign adversaries for the necessary energy. So this is a massive national security concern that we have across the entire country at this point as well. So the bill also includes an important Water Act for California. This bill requires the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project to abide by the 2019 regulations and allow water to flow from Northern California down to my constituents in Southern California, and by definition and as a direct result, decompressing some of the demands on other water systems such as Lake Mead and those coming out of Nevada. So this is good for the entire Western region. This bill also reauthorizes the WIN Act, which will help us increase water storage, which is essential for my district. We have a unique problem where not only do we have extreme droughts for extended periods of time that are crushing us, but when we do get rain, we almost get too much rain and we don't have the ability to store that rain. And so this WIN Act helps us with the storage so that when we do get into the dark ages of a drought, we are able to survive with water storage facilities. That frankly, right now, we are losing hundreds of millions of gallons that goes right into the ocean statewide as a result of not having enough storage. So this helps protect us against future drought periods as well. We also are trying to make sure that any misguided attempts to reverse the 2019 biological opinions would not be realized. These would cause significant uncertainty for stakeholders and communities about their water supply. I've got a letter of support from my water districts, specifically the Palmdale Water District, explaining how necessary this language is to protect us against these reversals of the 2019 BIOPS. So this is common sense. It's supported by my constituents, supported by industry, and I'm excited to see it included in this bill. So overall, this is a bill that strengthens our position as a nation from a national security, energy, but most importantly from a water conservation perspective, and hopefully makes us less dependent on other nations, leading to energy independence, national security. And I urge a yes vote on the bill. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro, as well as Chairman Fleischman, my friend, and Ranking Member Capter, and all the staff who worked on the Energy and Water Development Bill. I may be a new member of the committee, but I already appreciate the monumental amount of work it takes to put these bills together. That being said, I rise today to express my opposition to the proposed Energy and Water Development Bill, and I urge its defeat. My colleagues on the Republican side have put forward a bill that does not rise to meet the challenges we face today, from the climate crisis to rising energy costs for our families, threats to our position as a global leader in science and innovation from countries like China and others. Instead of investing in Americans and giving us the tools necessary to tackle these challenges head on, the majority has crafted a bill that slashes funding for critical programs and marks a clear step backward. I'd like to just take a moment to name a few. The bill cuts $32 million from hydrogen and fuel cell technologies, undercutting an industry that is projected to employ 1 million Americans in the next 7 years. The bill cuts $88 million, over 25% from the Weatherization Assistance Program, meaning 11,000 fewer low-income families will receive cost-saving weatherization updates. The bill cuts $466 million from the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Account, funds meant to provide our nation's transition to a clean, affordable, and secure energy economy. We've seen how transformative these investments can be. Just this morning, the Department of Energy's Loan Program Office announced a $9.2 billion loan to Ford Motor Company to fund 3 new electric vehicle battery facilities in the United States, exactly the kind of investment we need to stay ahead of global competitors. Sadly, the bill proposes cutting $15 billion from the Loan Program Office, undercutting their ability to provide such loans, taking away a key tool in our innovation toolbox. The United States must lead the world in clean energy and energy-efficient technologies to meet the need for energy security, grid reliability, and safety, all while bolstering economic growth and reducing environmental impacts. Unfortunately, the bill we're considering today fails to meet these needs. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Mr. Siscomani is recognized now.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger, and thank you, Chairman, as well, Fleischman, for your leadership here. And thank you to the subcommittee members for their staff for their work on this crucial bill. My fellow committee members who represent Western states know one of the most, if not the most pressing issue currently facing the American West is the historic drought that we are experiencing. The Colorado River Basin supplies drinking water to 40 million people in the U.S. and 2 states in Mexico. It also sustains hydropower resources for 8 states and several tribes, and contributes $1.4 trillion to the U.S. economy. Its importance cannot be overstated. Back home, I hear from constituents about the anxiety they feel surrounding the Colorado River's diminishing water supply. As such, one of my priorities in Congress is working across the aisle to support the work of Colorado River Basin states, especially my home state of Arizona, in their drought mitigation efforts. Arizona leads the way in Colorado River conservation efforts, and I am pleased to see that this bill includes funding for this crucial project in my district. This funding will help communities in my district secure water supply, water future for aiding in the drilling of 3 new wells in Eloy and Arizona City. Once completed, this project will provide approximately 4,280 extra acre-feet of water to ranchers, farmers, and constituents in my district that need it most. So I'm grateful for this inclusion. This bill also invests in several programs pertaining to the maintenance, conservation, and usage of the Colorado River. These programs will ensure a strong water future for all Arizonans. I look forward to supporting this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back. Yes, ma'am.
Take months, what is it?
I'm sorry, what was that? The wells, yeah, we're still looking at that. We have to see, but this is all been in the works for a while now. Arizona built the 5th largest city in the nation in the middle of the desert, so we've done a good job historically in water, and it's been a bipartisan effort historically in Arizona in partnership between tribes and mines, and everyone has come to the table with this. So we're very hopeful for it, and this is going to get us there as well. So thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Mr. Espaillat is recognized. Espaillat.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ranking members, thank you all for allowing me the ability to speak on this particular issue. Last week, as all of you know, New York City had some of the worst air quality in the entire planet. I mean, remember maybe back in the 70s, 80s, the smogs that plagued cities across the country, but we had not seen that type of quality of air in a long, long time. And it came as a result of the Canadian wildfires. But we have our own wildfires here in the West Coast and in other regions of the country. We have, as was mentioned by my colleague before me, extreme droughts. We have superstorm. New York City was also hit by Superstorm Sandy, unforeseen. The kind of winds and how it hammered New York City. The lower part of Manhattan, the southern part of Manhattan, was completely dark. No energy. And of course, hurricanes and floods and superstorms hit different regions of the country. Mother Earth is angry, and extreme and unusual weather patterns and incidents will continue to get worse if we don't address them now. Now, we may think that we could probably get away with it for a decade or maybe 2 or 3 more decades, but believe me, it is catching up to us. And the bill does nothing to address these issues. And it actively invests in initiatives that will further pollute the earth and harm our frontline communities. It cuts, for example, the renewable energy and energy efficiency program by 14%. And what it does instead is to fund the Department of Fossil Fuel Energy at more than $150 million. The bill also slashes and zeroed out accounts to contribute to alternative energy sources like hydrogen and wind. And last year, I had the privilege of going to COP27 in Egypt, where people from all over the world met there to discuss the environment. People from island nations that are literally sinking in the middle of the ocean. People that are coming from sub-Sahara Africa, people from all over the world. And the one item that was the highlight of COP27, believe it or not, was the Inflation Reduction Act. Everybody bragged about it. I'm a New Yorker, I like to brag. And everybody bragged about the Inflation Reduction Act and what we did for the environment with that piece of legislation. And the fact that it had millions of dollars, billions of dollars for environmental justice programs, because poor communities contribute less to the environmental issues and suffer more. In some of my neighborhoods, you have high levels of asthma. My own grandson suffers from asthma. He lives in the Bronx. And they contribute less, but they suffer more. So the Inflation Reduction Act had funding there to help those communities right those wrongs, those environmental wrongs that impact the health of families there, respiratory diseases, asthma, etc. Well, this bill claws back more than $5 billion from the Inflation Reduction Act programs that will have gone to helping communities and businesses become energy efficiency. So it weakens what the rest of the world was so proud about what we did. And so we must do better, Madam Chair. And for that reason, I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on this particular bill. And I yield back.
Mr. Carl is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman. You look good sitting there. Everybody tells you that, so I thought I'd tell you that too. I appreciate the work y'all you did in this bill on the WOTUS rule. Coming from Mobile, Alabama, we know a little bit about weather. So let me talk just a little bit about this rule. This rule is one of the largest overreach of federal government I have ever seen in my life. With a farm community, water drainage is a huge issue. With this bill, the way it is determined by the administration, any body of water is considered navigable. So therefore, the Corps of Engineers will take it over. It's imperative that our farmers be able to redirect water on their property, not just for drainage issue, but for irrigation issues. But under the way this is originally defined, there was no option on that. So everything that drains through your yard literally can become property of the federal government or controlled by the federal government. So overdoing this bill is important to me. I'm a county commissioner. I'm an ex-county commissioner for the last 8 years. I've dealt with a little bit of drainage issues in my life. I pulled up to the city of Mobile in the last 24 hours. We've had almost 5.5 inches of rain. We had one hurricane in '97 that dumped 37 inches of rain in a 48-hour period. So water we're used to. We have to be able to control that water flow and be able to push it in directions that we need it, not where the Corps of Engineers, which I love the Corps, I've worked with them on a daily basis for years, and they do not have time to manage all of this. So the overturning of this WOTUS rule is a top priority for me, and it is necessary. By doing so, we're getting big government out of the way. Local folks know better than the federal government on how to manage the water resources that we have. Let's get out of their way and let them do their jobs. Think about it, the water retention in your neighborhoods. And I know several of you live in the desert, you don't have these problems, but when we get 5 and 7 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, we have retention ponds that are much larger than these rooms that hold water. That falls within these rules, and we cannot allow that to happen. Local government manages those retention ponds. We make sure they stay cleaned out, and that's the way it should be, and not the federal government overstepping. With that said, I yield back. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. So we're doing a lot of things, especially in the construction field, with retention ponds and also underground retention ponds. We'll actually hold water from large parking lots. Walmart's a good example. Walmart builds a new center now. They're putting big tanks underneath the parking lot that actually holds the runoff of the water, and we slowly release it. Mobile is considered the North American Amazon. We are the Amazon of North America. We have more species of anything, so it's very sensitive, and we're very proud of that. We have a tremendous amount of water that we have to deal with, but the slow release of that water, the more you build, the more flooding you're going to have. The more you're on the desert, the more demand you have from it, the less water you're going to have. Mother Nature is pretty simple to figure out. When she wants it, she takes it. When she doesn't want it, she gives. So we have to work with these things, but putting the federal government in control of local issues is not the way to fix it at all. So slow release of water, we've got it figured out. We do a good job of handling it, and we've got a huge pond out there called the Mobile Bay, and we actually release it into.
Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I would like to recognize Chairman Fleischman to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a manager's amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to waive the reading of the amendment.
Agreed.
The amendment includes non-controversial additions and edits to the report. These are items that have been reviewed and agreed by to the majority and the minority. The additional report language addresses an existing core project and research activities at the Department of Energy. I respectfully urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Mr. Captor is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in support of the amendment and happy to do so. I've worked with Chair Fleischman to agree on non-controversial changes, and I have no objection to the amendment. I yield back.
Thank the ranking member. In closing, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Captor is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Right, just for the information of the members, it's called Chapter 1, Strike Rescissions. Madam Chair and members, this bill includes untenable offsets to hide the harmful cuts that a non-defense allocation 22% lower than last year's effective level would require, 22% under last year. It repeals $5 billion for critical energy programs from the Inflation Reduction Act that was just mentioned by Congressman Espaillat that will shortchange hundreds of thousands of American families from saving money on their monthly energy bills. Not only does energy efficiency save families and businesses money on their energy bills, for the record, 40% of reaching our clean climate goals involves energy conservation through innovation. This repeal actually derails American progress. Also, the bill revokes $15 billion in loan authority, a 20% cut, from the Department of Energy's Title 17 Innovative Technology Loan Guarantee Program. America has always been a nation of invention, and this particular program is an increasingly successful program that promotes climate-friendly innovation and American manufacturing. My amendment strikes these harmful rescissions from the bill. Both these programs lower energy costs for families and businesses while simultaneously creating thousands of jobs in the good-paying energy sector. The average monthly electricity bill for residential customers in the United States increased 13% last year, rising from $121 per month to $137 per month. Social Security's cost of living adjustment, as members might recall, only amounted to 8.7% increase, which was good. It was better than we had for a long time. But energy alone, the cost of energy, pushed tens of millions of our fellow citizens in the red from an accounting standpoint. Last year saw the largest annual increase in average residential electricity spending since the Energy Information Administration began tracking the data in 1984. In my region of Ohio, for example, the state of Ohio just announced it approved raising electricity rates by nearly, are you ready, 50%, starting this month for households that are not in an aggregated plan. Just in our region of Ohio, northern Ohio, probably this is going to impact over 300,000 persons almost immediately until we can find a way to move them into a plan, if possible. These federal Inflation Reduction Act programs support efficiency and energy conservation by helping households to install efficient technologies that will reduce their energy use and thus reduce their energy bills. The High Efficiency Electric Home Rebate Program is expected to serve 250,000 low and moderate income households, save approximately $1 billion in energy costs every year, and create up to 50,000 new jobs. And it provides up to $14,000 per household in rebates. The Assistance for Latest and Zero Building Energy Code Adoption Program is expected to save over $138 billion for American homeowners, consumers, and businesses over the next 30 years, while creating up to 40,000 new jobs in the energy sector. These programs support a growth economy by creating jobs and simultaneously saving money for families on their energy bills. By repealing these programs, the Republicans are quite literally taking money from the pockets of the American people and hindering growth. And as we saw from the recent tax bill, the majority prioritizes giving away billions of dollars to the wealthiest 1%, while we see them taking away money from thousands of low-income and middle-income families. And finally, we also know this is a gimmick. Many of the rescissions have been used in multiple messaging bills from the Republican side and will not become law. So let's stop playing games involving the pocketbooks of everyday Americans. Let's help them out. I urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose the amendment. The Inflation Reduction Act is a misnomer. Instead of reducing inflation, the reckless spending in that bill has contributed to continued inflation affecting not just federal projects across the energy and water bill, but more importantly, the pocketbooks of American families. The underlying bill pulls back some of that unnecessary spending. In particular, the bill would rescind funds intended to pressure states and localities to adopt stringent new international building codes that could add significantly to the cost of new homes. The bill rescinds funds that would be used to subsidize the Electrify Everything movement, which seeks to end the use of gas appliances in the name of climate policy. The bill rescinds the additional $15 billion in loan guarantee authority that was provided in last year's energy and water bill. Even after this rescission, the loan guarantee program still has ample authority remaining. The amendment, on the other hand, proposes to remove all of these rescissions without offering offsets. This kicks the fiscal responsibility can down the road and upsets the balance to other bills. For these reasons, I respectfully must oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Lauro is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment, and I thank my colleague, the ranking member, for offering it. In August of last year, I was proud to cast my vote in support of the Inflation Reduction Act, a measure that, among other things, made historic and long overdue investments in our efforts to combat climate change. The energy and water bill before us would take us in the opposite direction. And this amendment would reverse this by restoring $4.5 billion from the high-efficiency electric home rebate program. You know, today Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. They're struggling with rising costs. And what do we do here? We eliminate opportunities to make appliances more energy efficient and home energy costs more affordable. Why wouldn't we want to help hard-working, middle-class families, low-income families in the United States by helping them with their energy costs? The $50 million slated for Connecticut for this program will assist over 2,800 households in obtaining new appliances and devices that are more energy efficient. And you can find out what it does for your district or your community with the data that has been provided by the subcommittee. And I'm hopeful that your constituents will know, in fact, how much they are going to continue to pay or pay more when there was an opportunity to pay less for their energy costs. This amendment would also restore $200 billion for the state-based home energy efficiency contractor training grants. This funding would enable states to provide training and education programs to contractors so they can benefit from our efforts to build a new green economy. By striking these and other rescissions in the bill, this amendment is a win for American families. It is the proper use of taxpayer dollars to help American families, rather than a proposed tax cut of $1.2 trillion, which would benefit the wealthiest and the biggest corporations in the nation, many of whom pay no taxes at all, when hardworking Americans need to have the benefit of these kinds of efforts. It helps their families, it helps their home energy costs, helps the American workers, the economy, and yes, it does help our environment as well, though some might not think that that's very important, but it is critically important for our future. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Capter's amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Madam Chair, I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Capter. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair?
Roll call.
Roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support of a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, yes. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman.
No.
Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez. Ms. Granger.
No.
Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Aye. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce? Ms. Capter?
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. No. Mr. Stewart, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone? Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, yes. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, yes. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, yes. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, yes. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright is not recorded. Mr. Cartwright, yes. Mr. Elzey, no.
Madam Chair, please record me as a no.
Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Joyce, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford is recorded as a yes. Okay. Mr. Rutherford, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 23, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments? Yes, sir. What?
Mr. Newhouse was up first.
Thank you,
I'm sorry,
Madam Chair. I have an
Mr.
amendment at the
Newhouse
desk.
First, I apologize.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Harder. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Fleshman, Ranking Member Capter, I rise today and, I have an amendment at the desk and I would ask unanimous consent that it be considered read. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Mr. Fleshman, Ms. Capter, the committee. I rise today in support of my amendment to the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. This amendment would prohibit the Department of Energy from implementing a 2023 rule, February of 2023 rule, which would require for the first time ever an energy performance standard for gas-powered cooktops. If this rule were carried out, it would eliminate anywhere between 50 and 95% of today's gas appliances, and that is by the department's own estimates. This is, in my estimation, unacceptable, given the serious negative impacts that it could have on American households, on restaurants, and communities across my district in central Washington, as well across the rest of the country. As you know, gas appliances are the center of American households. They power our stoves where we prepare our meals. They power our furnaces that heat our homes, our water heaters, our fireplaces. Approximately 187 million Americans use natural gas. Why do they do that? Because it's affordable, it's reliable, and it's safe. In my humble opinion, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, we do not need government overregulation. We need solutions that will actually benefit the American people and benefit our energy future. So I respectfully urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in support of my amendment. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to strongly support the amendment from the gentleman from Washington State. I'd like to thank the gentleman for his outstanding leadership on this issue. I agree that the Department of Energy went way too far in proposing these standards. Regulations are not supposed to be de facto bans, but that's what this proposed rule would essentially do. For these reasons, I strongly support the amendment and urge my colleagues on both sides to do the same. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized. Capter. What happened?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. For years, the Department of Energy, at the direction of the Congress, I might add, has worked to propose efficiency standards for a wide range of consumer goods, light bulbs, washing machines, refrigerators, and the list goes on. I think it is safe to assume that virtually all Americans, let alone all the people in this room, have benefited from these types of efficiency standards over the course of their lifetime. What the department proposes to do here with gas and electric stoves is nothing they have not already done for so many other types of consumer goods and appliances. Simply put, this is nothing new. I repeat, nothing new. What is new is the fear-mongering and the misleading rhetoric. The efficiency standard does not ban gas stoves. The efficiency standard does not ban gas stoves. The standard, I have a gas stove, it is not going to affect me. The standard would only apply to new products, not retroactive to ban or remove any existing equipment. So the restaurants, everyone who has a gas stove does not have to worry. However, you know, we're looking at a time when so American families, I said it in the last go-round, they're choosing between putting food on the table and paying their electric bills. We should welcome standards that will gradually guide the markets to more efficient models. As a result of the Department of Energy's efficiency actions, cost savings for American families and businesses are projected to reach nearly $2 trillion by 2030. This applies not to stoves or appliance that you have currently. It is if you to go out and get a new one after January of next year, then there would be the efficiency standards that apply, which have been applied for years. Nothing new or different about any of this. And again, no ban. Every major manufacturer has products that meet or exceed the requirements proposed today, including nearly 50% of the current gas cooktop market. that will not in the least be impacted by this proposal. This is seriously misinformation and fear-mongering among people. I urge my colleagues, oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Newhouse is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't engage in fear-mongering. I don't engage in misinformation. It's clear that the Department of Energy has for over a year and a half been making plans for regulations, increasing the cost and in a prohibitive manner for our consumers to afford gas-powered stoves. I believe that this is an attempt to quickly move away from fossil fuels. Natural gas is one of the things that have allowed our country to reduce our carbon footprint as much as we have over the last several decades. It's a reliable, affordable source of energy. You know, I'm totally a fan of electricity. We have great sources of electricity generation in my part of the world. But you know what happens in all the storms that you've been talking about? Many times the power goes out. If your electric cooktop stove, is that how you say it? Goes out, you can't prepare your meals. Well, guess what? If you have gas, you can. It's more reliable during stove. So it can be certainly an emergency situation for many people in that case. So anyway, Madam Chair, I encourage the committee to support the amendment, and thank you, and I yield back.
The question's now an amendment offered by Mr. Newhouse. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is adopted.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's Mullinar Amendment Number 1, and I move unanimous consent to waive reading.
You do have it?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations, Chair Fleischman, on your good work on this bill. When people say someone is airing their dirty laundry, it's usually about a grievance or a problem they have with someone. Well, under proposed rules from the Department of Energy, we might see a renaissance in clotheslines. The department has proposed regulations that reach into washing machines across America and could completely change how millions of Americans wash their clothes. The department wants to impose supposedly more efficient standards that require washing machines to use less water at a lower temperature. This is yet another example of how out-of-touch bureaucrats make rules for the rest of America to live by. Do we really need their guidance? They never consider that a factory worker or a farmer might want to wash their clothes quickly, and they don't have time for the extra cycles that less water might require to get the job done.
You already did that. Okay.
Worst of all, the department's rule is likely to drive up the cost of washing machines, especially for lower-income families. The more efficient machines will cost more, and when a family has its own machine stop working, they will likely face higher costs to replace it. When our country moved from typewriters to personal computers, we didn't need rules from the executive branch that forced manufacturers to pull typewriters from the market. The American people made those decisions on their own because the product was superior and made their lives better. When Americans see that a more efficient washer can save money and clean their clothes, they'll make that decision on their own to choose a new washer that works for them and their family. Many of them have already done so. We should trust the American people. Over the past year, proposed rules on gas stoves and washing machines have shown there is a deep desire at the department to push policies onto the American people with little regard for the price those regulations impose. A vote for this amendment is a vote for clean clothes, consumer choice, and stopping another burdensome regulation from bureaucrats at the Department of Energy. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to strongly support the gentleman's amendment. I'd like to thank my distinguished colleague from Michigan for raising this important issue. It's unfortunate, this is another unfortunate instance of the Department of Energy proposing new standards that ignore the reality of the marketplace today. I worry that these new standards would result in increased cost for consumers with little to no actual savings over the life of the product. At a time of rising energy bills, that's not the message I want to send to taxpayers. For these reasons, I strongly support the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Lauro is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I don't know, I was trying to get in something on the rinse cycle here, Mr. Molinar, for Christ's sakes. Anyway, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. This is nothing new. By the Congress, we said to the Department of Energy, what we did, the first minimum efficiency standards for many residential and commercial products were created by Congress with the passage of the Energy Policy and Conservation Act of 1975. 1975, we said that you should be engaged with this effort for standards. Since 1987, the Congress has established, or we have directed the U.S. Department of Energy to set efficiency standards for more than 55 products. We've asked them to do this. So this is nothing new. The proposed efficiency standards for consumer products, I'll repeat, is nothing new. What is new, as I said in the prior amendment, is the level of misinformation being peddled here is frankly breathtaking. The efficiency standards has benefited consumers and the environment tremendously. Today's clothes washers offer 50% more tub capacity, but use 70% less energy than they did in 1990. Now, if you save on energy, you have lower costs to working families, for middle-income families, for low-income families. The efficiency standards, in concert with manufacturer innovation, have and will pave the way for better, more efficient washing machines. This is about working with manufacturers to make a better product. This is what technology, this is what our future is about, better products, not going backwards. It does not impact a washer already in anyone's home. Again, there is no ban. We should have a banner. There is no ban. More importantly, the standards would only apply to new products. The Department of Energy is not in the business of banning appliances, and that really is a sheer fallacy, my friends. None of the department's appliance standards are retroactive to existing equipment or washers already in homes. I don't understand why we would seek to punish the Department of Energy for doing a job that we asked them to do, especially in the face of so much evidence that the result will be savings for consumers and benefits to the environment. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Oh, Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris wants to make
Oh, sorry. Got it.
Madam Chair, for recognizing me. Look, I want to thank the gentleman for this. I had a little rude awakening. When my wife passed away 9 years ago, I had to start doing laundry. I know. I should have been doing it all along, but I had to start doing it. And about 6 months after that, the washing machine broke down. So I had to go buy a new one. So I learned a couple things. First off, these newfangled machines cost 2 to 3 times as much. And let me tell you something, they don't clean as well because they don't have agitators. I got to tell you, the science is pretty clear. You want to wash your clothes, you need
Excuse, the committee's not in order, Madam Chair. I have washboards too, but you know, the fact of the matter is, like, we all like to use modern conveniences. The washing machine, pretty good invention. Now, nobody's changed the physics yet. You want to clean clothing, you need an agitator. You need something that, the washboard, I'm glad the gentlelady from Connecticut brings it up, actually rubs clothes together. That's how, well, it rubs it against the surface, right? The agitator makes it rub against the other clothes. That actually works. I had the opportunity to use one of these new machines. The cycles last twice as long, and they just don't get the clothes as clean. And they cost 2 or 3 times as much. Now, I have a well, so the amount of water makes no difference to me. But you don't get a choice now. You have to get a machine that doesn't use a lot of water, and I would suggest that you actually need water to clean clothes. I don't know, I know, novel idea. You need water to clean clothes. People used to, and a little soap. People used to do it in the river, lots of water. So what I found out is that fortunately, I was able to find a machine that was a leftover, that actually had an agitator, actually used water, and heated it up. And by the way, natural gas in my house, so it's actually a pretty economic way to heat the water. And you know what? It actually got the clothes clean. The interesting thing is, without this amendment, nobody would have the choice to have that machine. So if you lived on a place where you had natural gas and your hot water was cheap, and you lived on a well and you had no problem with access to water, you got no choice. Now, I don't know about you, but America is a country of choice. America is a country where you actually have the choice. You didn't, you know, if you remember the old East Germany, if you ever see in some of the old movies, you look at their cars they drive around, every single one looked exactly the same. You know why? They had no choice in East Germany. The government only allowed one product to be sold. That's not what this country's about. You want to save water, you want to save energy, God bless you. Go to the store and have a choice. You want to buy a machine that gets your clothes clean and doesn't cost twice as much? You should have that choice as well. That's what the gentleman's amendment does. This is an overreach of the Department of Energy. This is a one-size-fits-none approach. This is the government telling you, every single American, no matter what their situation. Let me tell you about the cost of energy argument. When you're paying twice, every family of limited means worries about their appliances breaking down, because they got to go to the store and they either got to buy a new one or they got to go to one of those rent appliance places that take them for a ride. You got to give them a low price choice, because let me tell you something. They're worried about the next paycheck. They're worried about how they're going to pay for that machine, not whether or not there's an incremental cost of the energy every month. They'd rather pay that incremental cost of the energy every month. And honestly, if they live somewhere where you're on nuclear power, or you have the opportunity to live in Oregon where it's hydroelectric power, why shouldn't we let them spend a little more on energy? Madam Chair, this is a great amendment. This is what we should be doing throughout government, is taking the power away from government regulators to tell you how to live your life, what to buy, and what options you have. I yield back.
Yeah, he lived it. That's right. Because he had to do laundry.
Okay.
That's amazing.
I absolutely. What's that?
Zinke.
Is it what?
Zinke.
Zinke? I recognize Mr. Zinke.
Madam Chairman, I call question on this. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr.
Okay. Mr. Molinari is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you for the debate on this. This is an effort to keep the costs down for everyday Americans whose costs are going up for their stove, now for their washing machine, their vehicle that they're going to be forced to buy. And we should do this for those who are struggling to make ends meet and defeat this bad regulation. Thank you.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Molinari. All those, I never say that right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk,
Okay, good. Sure. Yes, sir.
and thank you so much. And I ask for unanimous consent to consider the amendment as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, I represent the San Joaquin Central Valley, specifically San Joaquin County. I'm a fifth-generation resident. My great-great-grandfather came out on a wagon train in 1850. He came 5,000 miles in search of gold, and then he stopped 50 miles short. Didn't quite make it all the way and started farming peaches in the city of Manteca instead. We've been there 5 generations. My daughter, now 15 months old, is going to be the 6th generation. But I'm very concerned at the legacy that we're going to be able to pass on to my daughter's generation, specifically because of the exact reasons why my family and most others came to our community, which is because of our water. My area is one of the best places to farm in the entire world, and we're very proud of that. We're the fruit and nut basket of the entire globe, but that is in peril for many reasons, but most specifically right now because of a project that's being built in California, a $16 billion boondoggle. It's going to ship water from my community and others in Northern California all the way down to Southern California, a project called the Delta Conveyance Project. This project has gone by a lot of different names. It's a zombie project. We've killed it time and time again for the past 60 years. Now it's rearing its head once again. This project moves forward. Tens of thousands of acres in our community will be pushed out of production. Some of the richest agricultural ground in the world could be destroyed, could lead to the extinction of endangered salmon species, and it could lead to more toxic algae blooms across our community. We already have some of the worst air quality in America. That is only going to be compounded if this project moves forward. This is an issue on which our entire community, our entire region stands united. We disagree on a lot of things. In California, we have a saying, whiskey's for drinking, and California and water is for fighting, and that's often the issue. But on this, we have environmentalists and farmers together, all opposed to this dangerous and damming project. It has no benefits except for the fact that it robs from Peter to pay Paul. It takes water from us all the way just to make sure that folks in Beverly Hills have better, cleaner, greener lawns. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. This is a project. You'll get your time. You'll get your time. This takes from our livelihoods just to provide for other people's luxuries. And so my amendment is dead simple. All it does is going to stop this disastrous project that's going to take away our community's most valuable resource. There's been a lot of conversation over the past couple days about taxpayer spending. I think this is a perfect example of a boondoggle project with no benefits and an awful lot of cost, tens of billions of dollars. It's pegged at $16 billion. I think we've seen time and time again projects like this come way beyond budget and way beyond schedule, and it's important to make sure that we stop this project before it begins. So thank you so much. This is the first time that we're going to be able to have a discussion on this particular project. I think that's a very important historical moment, especially given that this has been under discussion across our region for 60 years. So thank you. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
If you want me to speak to this, I will. You better let David go. Is the gentleman offering his amendment? I don't know.
Thank you. My wife does all the accounting in our house, but despite that, I can still do math. And noticing that nobody else wants to speak, I don't think we have enough support for our amendment to pass at this moment, which is frustrating. We're going to continue to build and coalesce our coalition. But thank you so much for the chance to offer our amendment. And with that, we withdraw the amendment and yield back our time. Thank you. There you go.
Without objection. I really don't understand what happened.
He withdrew his amendment.
Why?
Because he knew he was going to lose.
Huh?
No.
Just one second.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
I request unanimous consent to consider the amendment as
Klein
read.
is recognized. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to Chairman Fleischman on your first full committee meeting, and maybe I should say Chairman MVP, because if any of you watched the baseball game, our esteemed chairman was voted most valuable player. And I don't know how many runs he scored across home plate, but it was sure enough because we won 16-6. So congratulations. I offer my amendment to prohibit funding in this bill going toward diversity, equity, and inclusion training and programs. It is the responsibility of the federal government to ensure that tax dollars are used appropriately and responsibly. And while I'm glad the underlying text does defund some DEI activities, I believe more can and should be done to prevent taxpayer dollars from going toward these frivolous, divisive policies. For example, I have an executive summary of recommendations from the Department of Energy of Office of Science, Diversity, and Inclusion Working Group, which, among other things, prioritizes demographic tracking. And I quote, "The need to track demographic information of applicants and awardees to help ensure fair, transparent, and objective decision-making, and to make appropriate steps to increase the diversity of researchers and students supported on Office of Science awards." You know, that statement in and of itself is a contradiction. How can you have a fair and transparent, objective decision-making when you're considering a person's demographic information? So rather than unbiased decision-making process based solely on an applicant's qualifications and merit, the DOE believes it is appropriate to consider details such as race, sex, or sexual orientation as if an individual's demographics has anything to do with their qualifications or abilities. Policies such as this one only add to a divisive ideology that puts an overemphasis on demographics, making it the forefront of any conversation surrounding employment or career opportunities. We want to talk about fairness. Explain how this woke agenda is fair to millions of Americans whose tax dollars are being used to propagate this harmful rhetoric. We want to improve objective decision-making. Explain the objectiveness of this policy to the applicants who are being asked to provide their race, sex, or sexual orientation as a qualifier for the receipt of programmatic awards. In addition to the severely misguided policy, the office's recommendations include other activities such as implicit bias awareness and mitigation training for reviewers. Now let's look at how these policies are being implemented. The Department of Energy announced that beginning in FY23, all DOE Office of Science funding opportunity announcements and national lab announcements, as well as other funding solicitations, will require applicants to submit a Promoting Inclusive and Equitable Research Plan, or a peer plan, along with their proposal, which would be evaluated as part of the merit review process for funding decisions. Guidance from the department on formation of the peer plan encourages applicants to consider things as demographic composition of a research team. So they want to know what your research team looks like. This isn't a fair or objective policy. In truth, this is nothing more than a woke social agenda being pushed by the executive branch at the expense of taxpayers. We should not be training our employees to focus on demographics. We should place mandates on filling demographic quotas for scientific research, nor should we place mandates on filling demographic quotas for scientific research. Our policies should foster an environment of excellence, which rightfully focuses on abilities, qualifications, and accomplishments. Only then can we fulfill our commitment and responsibilities to the American taxpayers. Therefore, I encourage my fellow committee members to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Fleshman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentleman for his amendment. I have no objection to it, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, and Sheriff Fleischman as well. I would be the first to admit that the Department of Energy and its labs need a lot of help in recruitment. We're short on talent around our country, and we have to work harder. This is one way to do it. Your amendment would prohibit funds for any diversity, equity, and inclusion office program or training. I think that's a mistake, because I could take you around the country and show you how much the Department of Energy needs help in doing exactly that. One of our biggest problems right now is that the age of our best scientists, and you have to be an American citizen in order to work in these labs, are going to age out. And we are going to be really short as a country. So we do have to, maybe the bill is incomplete, but I know that recruitment is a big issue for the department. I'm jealous because in my part of the country, we don't have any of those labs. I wish I were had something like Oak Ridge, Tennessee has. We have nothing like that in the region that I represent. But I want to point out that the underlying bill already includes Section 606 that prohibits funds related to advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities and related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce. That's in the underlying bill. In addition, Section 605 prohibits any activities related to critical race theory that, as we heard last week, frankly, none of our Republican colleagues could actually define. I doubt that it's defined in this bill again. So I just ask my Republican colleagues, how many times do you need to emphasize that you don't really like diversity, equity, inclusion? America's going to need every soldier in theater here as we move forward to try to accomplish the research that we need to do to meet the international competition that is fierce and sometimes clandestine. So I think that we need to do much better, and I think a lot of our colleagues would agree with that. I think the Department of Energy would agree that we need to do much better in recruitment. So I think anything that would cut into our ability to recruit the best Americans from different parts of the country, we do need to work harder. But this is not, you're actually undermining the ability of the department to do a better job at recruitment through what you are proposing. And it's already in the bill anyway. So I oppose the amendment and yield back.
Mr. Clyde is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the purpose of this entire amendment is to make sure that we focus on things like merit and accomplishments as opposed to demographics. And I think that actually will improve recruiting when people are rewarded for the excellence that they're able to provide. And I encourage support of this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Clyde. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed to say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amaday. Yes. Mr. Amaday, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Aye. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. No. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Yes. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Aye. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Aye. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde. Aye. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole. Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. No. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Elzey. Aye. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Aye. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger?
Aye.
Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, yes. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone? Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, yes. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Order. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, aye. Mrs. Bice?
Aye.
Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Stewart, yes.
The clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 23. The amendment is adopted. Amendments. Mr. Espaillat is recognized.
An amendment at the desk and ask for the clerk to dispense its reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for opening remarks on the amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment that strikes riders related to the critical race theories, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and same-sex couples. Again, we had this same kind of language in the agriculture Committee. We had it in the Ledge Branch Committee, uh, Defense, and now here in Energy and Commerce. It is the inclusion of these sections are mean-spirited and only seek, I believe, to disenfranchise communities that are striving, that are underserved. Of course, environmental racism has left America in deep concern as lower income families, Black, brown, indigenous communities are disproportionately impacted by polluted air, water, and vulnerable to extreme weather events. I said earlier how those communities contribute less, but are disproportionately affected and are hurt more. As a result of that, Black and brown children that are admitted to hospitals are 5 times the rates of their counterparts for asthma-related emergencies. That is why it's important to ensure that the Department of Energy is putting forth initiatives that are working to address these inequities and not dig our heads in the sand thinking that they do not exist. More than 500 anti-LGBTQ bills have been introduced in state legislatures across the country, fueling hate crime. There is absolutely no reason why that behavior should be characteristics of this body. And so I present this amendment in the hopes that we will acknowledge these wrongs and that perhaps in the remaining sessions that we have within this committee, we stop injecting this language into a discourse that should be about other things that should bring us together and certainly not divide us. Madam Chair, I yield back the remaining part of my time.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose this amendment. It's not the government's place to advantage one group over another. The government should be politically neutral, enforcing laws and regulations equally and creating an equal playing field for all to have the same opportunities, not enforcing predetermined outcomes. The language in this bill ensures that federal tax dollars are not to be spent on hours of meetings, training sessions, and other activities that focus on discriminating for and against groups of citizens based on the color of their skin, their religion, or their gender identity. I respectfully urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Mr. Espaillat's amendment. This bill includes harmful riders that show Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. It prohibits funding related to critical race theory that, as we heard last week, none of my Republican colleagues could even define. It blocks support for underserved communities, though I would assume all of us have some communities that are underserved. It even has a provision related to same-sex marriage, which is not even relevant to the Energy and Water Development Subcommittee. But I want to focus on the provision targeting accessibility, which is really shocking. Section 606 prohibits funds to implement, administer, apply, enforce, or carry out Executive Order 14035 related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and underline the word accessibility in the federal workforce. In that executive order, accessibility is defined as, and I quote, the design, construction, development, and maintenance of facilities, information, and communication technology programs and services so that all people, including people with disabilities, can fully and independently use them. I have a godson who's very disabled. For him and for millions of other Americans, what harm do you suggest, how do you suggest these people live and deal with some of their infirmities? Specifically, the executive order tasks federal agencies, and I quote again, to ensure that federal buildings and leased facilities comply with the accessibility standards of the Architectural Barriers Act of 1968, and to maximize the accessibility of the physical environment of the agency's workplaces, consistent with applicable law and the availability of appropriations. So I ask my Republican colleagues, can someone please explain to me why allowing accessibility for people with disabilities is so terrible and needs to be prohibited? I'd like to see you walk in their shoes for a day, much less a week, a month, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. I really do not understand why these provisions are necessary on an energy and water bill, and I would hope that my colleagues can stop targeting those who face life challenges maybe different than yours, that are physical or mental, where they can't function quite like you, and embrace acceptance. Try to help people in our brief time on this earth, or at least tolerance. I urge the adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Is recognized.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Of course, I rise in support of the Espelon amendment. Yeah, someone very kindly, I would say it was very kindly, asked me if I was done talking, but obviously not yet. And really, that's because the Republicans are not done with finding ways to infuse right-wing talking points in every possible place they can, even in an energy and water bill, where you've inserted language that allows for discrimination against the LGBT community, prohibits diversity efforts that make our federal agencies reflective of the people we serve, and once again bans the mysterious critical race theory that Republicans themselves can't even define. So let me just respectfully, I have a suggestion. I always have ideas, Madam Chair. This is a suggestion. Why not follow the lead of Florida's governor and make sure that the alligators in the Everglades are not putting on drag shows? I insist. Anyway, really, you like that one. Look, I'm sorry, it's been a long day, obviously. In all seriousness, I urge adoption of this amendment, which will allow our Department of Energy, Army Corps of Engineers, and other agencies to continue important efforts to create diverse, inclusive workforces filled with the best and brightest minds wherever they come from or whoever they love. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Espaillat is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Madam Chair, again, this is nothing but with the purpose to create hysteria and feed the flames among the Republican base. As I say that, I see that there is potentially another amendment looking to renaming items that commemorate the Confederacy. How appropriate that that's something to be discussed in this energy and commerce meeting. Again, I ask my colleagues to vote on this amendment favorably. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Espaillat. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not adopted. Are there any further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Clyde is recognized.
I request unanimous consent to have considered the amendment as read.
Without objection.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, which would prohibit the renaming of Army Corps Civil Works projects under Section 370 of Public Law 116-283. This issue is very near and dear to me and my constituents in North Georgia's 9th District, as the Army Corps of Engineers initiated and then temporarily paused a baseless move to rename the Buford Dam and Lake Sidney Lanier. While it began as a multi-purpose Army Corps project for water supply and flood control, Lake Lanier has become one of the most popular recreational destinations in the state of Georgia, and the most popular Army Corps project in the entire United States, boasting more than 12 million visitors in 2022 alone. However, the Army Corps exceeded the directive of Congress, having never been authorized to engage in renaming on projects like these in my district, which are co-owned and co-controlled by another entity, the state of Georgia, as is the case with the Buford Dam and Lake Lanier. Now, let me give you some context. The Naming Commission sent a letter to Representative Rogers, now Chairman Rogers, of the House Committee on Armed Services back in January 2022, and they said, for these civil works projects, we have noted that these assets in large measure are managed by the states. As such, the Commission does not intend to bring the identified civil works assets into the renaming process. They further say, the Commission intends to discuss the civil works assets and our decision to exclude them from the renaming process in our final report to Congress. And so you look at the final report to Congress on page 22, it says the Commission believes these assets are not within its purview to provide a naming recommendation. And then this year, I get a letter from the Army Corps on March 9th that says the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Mobile District will develop and submit a new name for Lake Lanier Buford Dam for consideration by the Department of the Army. The very next day on March 10th, they issue a press release and saying Lake Sidney Lanier and Buford Dam identified to be renamed. Again, outside their authority as directed by Congress. On the 13th of March, after my comments to them, they sent an email that said, we have been advised by our headquarters to pause any further action concerning these renamings. However, they are still accepting potential new names. So they actually, in reality, have not paused the renaming process at all. Furthermore, and very importantly, the renaming of civilian civil works projects will have a devastating economic impact on our community. For example, if the Army Corps is successful in renaming Lake Lanier and Buford Dam, not only would taxpayers have to foot the bill for replacing hundreds of road signs and road markers, which are not cheap, but also countless small businesses and organizations in the surrounding area named after the lake would also be forced to rename, incurring significant costs, including new registration fees, additional marketing expenses, and even complete rebranding of businesses. Businesses in the tourism industry would be forced to replace entire inventories, and many simply would not survive the financial burden of doing so. Let me just give you a few examples of the numerous subdivisions around Lake Lanier, called Lake Lanier Islands, Lake Lanier Parkway, Lake Lanier Resort, Lake Lanier Association, Lake Lanier Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the list goes on and on. Now I'd like to read a quote from a local business owner, chief operating officer of a Lake Lanier business, who said, Lake Lanier has been a cultural, lifestyle, and economic driver for North Georgia since its creation in the 1950s. Its name has become synonymous with leisure on the water, and so many businesses and attractions have associated their names and economic identities with Lake Lanier. To make such a drastic change will have an extremely negative effect on the entire region. You know, I believe the effects would be catastrophic, and it's simply unacceptable that our federal government would place this burden on the very communities that we claim to support. Well, I'm glad the Army Corps has temporarily halted movement, at least in part, on this action in Georgia. I have heard from colleagues in other communities across the country that they are facing the same economic threats. Furthermore, with our national debt exceeding $32 trillion, Congress must rein in all unnecessary and irresponsible spending. Just the renaming of Lake Lanier alone would cost over $1 million, according to the Army Corps. For these reasons, I am submitting my amendment to ensure that no money is spent moving forward with these civil works renaming projects, and I urge all my colleagues to support my common sense amendment, and I yield back. Yes. Sidney Lanier is the most famous poet in the South. He wrote the Song of the Chattahoochee, which is a most amazing poem that most every student in Georgia gets to learn when they're in the junior grades. So he's a poet, and that's why Lake Lanier was named after him. And I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment, and I really respect the fact that you put it in such detailed, perfect perspective for what it really is. I want to make absolutely certain that everybody listened to the characterization of what the gentleman said this was. I suspect everyone in this room has a core project in their district. And as we all know, they often become defining features of the communities built around them. Businesses, neighborhoods, and often entire towns share the name of the project that may drive local economies. I agree with my colleague that the Corps should not move forward with the renaming without considering the impacts to the local economy, and with that, I yield back.
Nice.
We really do need better technology. I sadly rise in opposition to Mr. Clyde's amendment. This amendment would prohibit the Corps of Engineers from renaming items that commemorate the Confederacy. That is the effect of your amendment. Specifically, it would prohibit funds to implement or enforce Section 370 of the William Mac Thornberry National Defense Act, the Authorization Act, of fiscal year 2021. Section 370 of that bipartisan law established a commission on the naming of items of the Department of Defense that commemorate the Confederate States of America. So the commission exists. That commission conducted an assessment and found that 4 Corps of Engineers projects were within the purview of the commission. However, they found that those 4 projects were authorized by Congress or specifically named by Congress. Instead of allowing the commission to continue its work, this amendment would prohibit funds to implement or enforce the law. This issue has already been litigated by the William M. Mac Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021, and I do not believe we should start creating special carve-outs through appropriation riders to protect Confederate naming. We should follow the law and let the Department of Defense and the Corps do its job. So I oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Calvert.
Someone asked who was Sidney Lanier. I'd like to make a comment about this because I know something about him. Sidney Lanier served a few short months in the Confederate Army as a private. He was injured and was put in a prison camp in Maryland. And he contracted tuberculosis. Those days it was called consumption, and lived a short but tortuous life and became a poet. He was a well-known poet. He was a professor of poetry at Johns Hopkins University. And there he wrote a number of poems that are well-known throughout the South, not just Chattanooga, but he talked about the marshes and the rest. You could look up his poems. And that was what he was known for. Nothing was named after him because of his history in the Confederacy for a few short months. There were many people who served in the Confederacy for a short period of time, and we don't punish them. As Lincoln famously said to Grant, let them down easy. Let them down easy. He wasn't a general. He wasn't a colonel. He wasn't a famous person. He served his few short months in the Confederacy, and he shouldn't be punished for that. So with that, I yield back.
Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger. I assume the debate we're having is about the amendment to Energy and Water Appropriations Bill offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia, talking about none of the funds made available by this act may be used to implement or enforce Section 370 of Public Law 116-283 with respect to civil works projects until the national debt is fully paid. Is that a wrong amendment? I intend to speak against that amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Clyde is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Oh.
Sorry. Sorry, we overlooked something. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Well, you got to thicken your skin a little bit then. I appreciate the opportunity to speak against this amendment. At the end of 2020, the House and the Senate, on a bipartisan basis, established a commission in 2021 NDAA to look at DoD facilities and assets and other things which honor the disgraced Confederacy that tried to rip this nation apart during America's Civil War that resulted in more than 600,000 dead, all in defense of slavery. At the same time, our appropriations bills made investments to remove these names and symbols of American treason and the indefensible support of slavery. Each progression marks the proper course of healing for a nation still nursing in 2023 its lingering Civil War wounds. Yet instead of allowing the process we set out to finish with the review and adoption of the Commission's recommendations, this culture war amendment seeks to throw a wrench in what has been a bipartisan process up to this point. It's truly puzzling to me that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem so determined year after year to protect Confederates and their legacies. What are you defending? Why should America continue to honor racists, traitors, and losers? And at places where we train our next generation of America's fighters for freedom and liberty, or beautiful public works and civil works projects like Lake Lanier. Let me share with you a little bit about Mr. Lanier. And respectfully, Mr. Chairman, this is not about just trying to, slow the process down and be a little bit more careful. Let's talk about the selective choice of information about Mr. Lanier. He was a poet. He eventually became a professor of literature at Johns Hopkins University. He's known for his adaptation of musical meter to poetry. Many schools, other structures, and 2 lakes are named for him. And he, of course, became hailed in the South as the poet of the Confederacy. So let's just be clear what this is really all about. It is protecting the legacy of the Confederacy. That is what Mr. Lanier is known as, and it is likely why the lake was named for him. I will do all I can to bring an end to commemorating turncoats to America's pursuit of a more perfect union, especially at important civil works projects like Lake Lanier, which I have been to. I have spent time working professionally in Georgia myself, and naming a major civil works project and keeping that name in place to honor the poet of the Confederacy is outrageous in the 21st century. Now is not the time for amendments meant to distract and take away from the important work that the Commission and this Congress has done to remove monikers of traitors and our nation's past sins of slavery and segregation from our bases, facilities, assets, and others. Let's just be very clear. It's so transparently obvious what Mr. Clyde and those supporting this amendment are trying to protect. You are trying to protect the legacy and memory of the Confederacy, which essentially killed 600,000 people to preserve enslaving hundreds of thousands of people. That is not what the legacy of the United States of America or this Congress should sanction. And I urge opposition to this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. I know. Wow.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Wow is right. That's
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Look, I have to confess, I don't know much about this individual. I assume he's a flawed individual, and I know that he obviously was in the Confederate. He wasn't a leader in the Confederacy, but let's assume that he's a flawed individual. So we are now going to take names and monuments off of people who have maybe done something wrong. There's a monument here in Washington, D.C. for an individual who got American citizens, put them in concentration camps, American citizens that were either immigrated to this country or who were born in this country, but because strictly of their race, put them in concentration camps in the United States of America. And it was so egregious that Congress actually gave reparations to their families. And you know who I'm talking about, right? FDR. And there's a monument here for him. By the way, that was an egregious, disgusting, racist act. Does anybody here, by the way, think that it wasn't? Do any of my colleagues here are going to tell me that that was not a despicable, racist act? All right? Do you all support? Because I'll go right now with you. Let's do an amendment right now. Let's do an amendment right now to take that monument down from President Franklin Delano Roosevelt because of that despicable act. Where does this end? So here's what I would ask you, my colleagues. I don't know this individual. I just don't. I assumed, by the way, that he was flawed. And I'll tell you what, yes, he was a private, bad decision, let's say, okay? Was a poet. I don't know if he was a good poet or bad poet. But I will tell you, I'm not sure if serving as a private in the Confederate compares to locking up, strictly based on race, American citizens in concentration camps. So, my dear friends, I ask of you, do you want to do an amendment to tear down the monument for FDR? And if you don't, I do not want to hear lectures about how Republicans are evil, because nobody is infallible. And I think we are now getting to the point of being, frankly, ridiculous. I yield back.
Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the recognition. I rise today with a sense of solemn responsibility and a clear understanding of the weight of history on our shoulders. There is no comparison of a decade in a concentration camp to 400 years of involuntary servitude. No comparison at all. And I resent, in the name of all of my ancestors who were slaves, to compare the 400 years with the period of World War II. I have to express my strong opposition to this proposed amendment. We're in the year 2023, a time when we have an opportunity and an obligation to reflect on our past, and more importantly, to shape our future in a way that resonates with the values that we hold dear as a nation. A future of inclusivity, of unity, and a respect for the dignity of every American. The Confederacy represents a painful chapter in our history. A time when our nation was bitterly divided, when human beings were subjugated and oppressed and treated less than human because of the color of their skin. To commemorate these symbols and these individuals is to pay homage to that dark time in our history and is a slap in the face to those of us who still suffer from the lingering effects of those injustices. The proposed condition of fully paying off the national debt before we can bring about this change is an unnecessary hurdle. It appears designed more to delay and to prevent the renaming than to promote fiscal responsibility. History is to be learned from, not celebrated without reflection on its impacts. In this case, we have a responsibility to learn from our past, to acknowledge the wrongs done, and to ensure that such injustices are not glorified or commemorated in the veil of heritage. We owe it to our constituents, to our nation, to foster an environment that is reflective of our growth, of our understanding.
Regular order in the room.
And our commitment to equality. Renaming installations of public works is not about erasing history. It's about contextualizing it, learning from it, and most importantly, about ensuring that the symbols we honor reflect the values that we espouse today. This is not about just a name change. It's about the message we send out to our children and to the world. A message that says we as a nation do not endorse the ideologies that led to one of the darkest periods in our history. Let's vote against this amendment. Let's continue to move forward, to heal, to grow as a united nation that respects and values all of its people. I yield back.
Mr. Henson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say I appreciate everyone's conversation here tonight about a very important issue. And I think we all believe that we want the best for this country going forward, and we have to respect our history of the past, but we can do that in a very respectful manner and not forget what has happened to people in the past as well. So I appreciate your words, Mr. Bishop, and I want to just read from an article actually from December 15th of 2022. Congress votes to remove a bust of the Dred Scott decision's author from the Capitol. The House gave final passage to legislation to replace the bust of Roger Taney, the Supreme Court justice who wrote the Dred Scott decision in the Capitol, with one of Thurgood Marshall, the first Black person to serve on the High Court. The notorious 1857 Dred Scott decision upheld slavery and established that Black people were not U.S. citizens. The legislation, which passed Wednesday and now heads to President Biden's desk, says the bust is unsuitable for honor of the display to the many visitors at the U.S. Capitol. I agreed with that and I voted for that because I think it was very important that we send a different message here in the United States Capitol. I know not everyone supported that, but I did. But I think it's important to note that what's at stake in this amendment tonight is not about that intent. It's about where that was happening. That was our purview here in the U.S. Capitol to decide what was on display here in this building, and it was up to us to do that. So, Mr. Clyde, I'd ask you to yield. The intent of your amendment is about the lane, right? If you could answer a few questions about purview and who has that authority, because I believe that is what the intent of your amendment is, correct?
Thank the gentlelady for yielding. Yes, the commission's report is very clear, and where it says the commission believes that these assets are not within its purview to provide a naming recommendation. So the Army is overstepping its authority here, and it's going to create tremendous economic disaster for Georgia's 9th District. And so we're going to stand against that. Thank you. I yield back.
So I want to make it very clear that in supporting this amendment, as someone who has supported change and changing these busts that have been displayed here in the People's House and the People's Capitol. This is about whose decision it is and the purview and the authority that they have, and that is why I will be supporting the amendment here tonight, and I yield back.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, I have a question, as my colleague did for the author. You spoke of a project, you spoke of a multi-jurisdictional project, yet when I read your amendment, it says none of the funds shall be made available in this act may be used to implement or enforce Section 370 of Public Law 116 through 283 with respect to civil work projects. You focused on one, but your amendment is to all. With that, I yield back.
Pardon me.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, I can't do better than the gentleman from Florida did. But if the gentleman of Florida wants to perhaps amend the amendment to include FDR, maybe we should come a little closer to home. Robert Byrd. I'm a Maryland resident. I drive into West Virginia. Everything in West Virginia is named after Robert Byrd, the former senator. FBI complex, U.S. courthouse. Imagine the federal courthouse where we're making decisions on federal civil rights law named after a man, just look it up, who was an exalted cyclops in the Ku Klux Klan. Wow. The gentleman from Florida is absolutely right. Where does it, look, racism has no place in this country whatsoever. But we can't just pick and choose here. That's what the Army Corps is doing through this. That's what the naming commission does. It picks and chooses. Robert Byrd was a racist. I hope nobody disagrees that if you're in the Ku Klux Klan, you were a racist. I got to get the title right because I'm not familiar with the Ku Klux Klan. An exalted cyclops. Honestly, that looks like more than a private. I think it's higher than a private. Where is the outrage about naming the FBI facility in West Virginia after Robert, a U.S. courthouse, for God's sake, where they adjudicate federal civil rights? You got to walk through the door of named after an exalted cyclops. The gentleman from Florida is right. Goes way too far. I support the gentleman from Georgia. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman Granger. Yeah, I did see the update, Mr. Clyde, and I appreciate that you've taken out the requirement to pay off the national debt. It may take a couple of years, certainly at our current rate. But I wish to associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues, particularly Mr. Bishop. There really is no comparison. I mean, this is whataboutism in its extremest form. You can't compare the things that you've been trying to compare to the Civil War. Sure, historians will tell you the Union got into the Civil War to preserve the Union. But there is no doubt that the Confederacy was fighting the Civil War to preserve slavery. And that's what the Confederacy was going to war about. Slavery in the new territories. Who was going to be a slave state? Who was going to be a free state? That is what the Confederate Army was gathered together to do, was to perpetuate slavery in these United States. Make no mistake about it. Now, this is an amendment that would take money away and really defund the commission. I happen to be friends with one of the members of the commission, a brigadier general named Ty Sedgwill, who was the chairman of the history department at West Point for 20 years. I don't think he's going to make stupid decisions. And Mr. Clyde, I would suggest that if it's Lanier, Mr. Lanier, that you're concerned about, Talk to the people on the commission and express your concerns that Lanier, he was just a conscript. Lanier was just a private. Lanier was only in for a couple of months. I have no doubt that these are enlightened people that would listen to you. But Ms. Wasserman Schultz makes maybe the bigger point. It isn't about the individual. It is why they were honored with these namings. They were honored with the namings, not for what they did individually, but in honor of their efforts to fight to preserve slavery. And that's the problem here. And that's why I will be opposing this amendment. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
interesting discussion, I thought. Especially from one that was in charge of naming monuments. Interesting discussion, I thought, especially as a secretary of one naming monuments. This is not about monuments, it's about the authority of a organization to name a monument. And the monument debate, we can go on forever. So I understand my good friend, Mr. Bishop, and I understand that. So if you want to start naming monuments, we just had a conversation with my good friend, Mr. Cole, from the great state of Oklahoma. So let's talk about General Sheridan. You want to talk about Indian plights? General Sheridan is writing, talked about termination of Native Americans, not assimilation, termination. Never talked about with slavery. Termination is different. So the fact of the matter is, I don't know anyone who's perfect that has a statue other than Jesus. And I can tell you his trial didn't go so well. So without throwing stones and keep going, clearly as a Montanan, we sat the Civil War out. We were a territory. So we weren't involved. I don't have deep-seated thoughts about either way because I'm just an American. It's a bad part in our history, and there's a lot of hurt still today. But naming a dam or a project after a poet, at the heart of the issue is this: it's an overreach. In the great state of Georgia, as the Constitution says, you read the Constitution, first three amendments or first three articles are about the organization. The next are about this relationship to the states. And go back to the Constitution, it gives the states latitude. So I'm asking in this issue is that this is not a federal issue. It's a federal debate about our country and our beginning and our end and our future. Yes, absolutely. But naming a little dam in the little middle of nowhere is not a federal issue. So, no, I got counties that are bigger than your state. So with that question.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Clyde. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the monument is adopted, and the amendment is adopted. Sorry. I'm sorry, it's getting late. Yes. Ask for a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hands. A sufficient number in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, yes. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Wait a minute. Mr. Fleischman? Aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Sorry. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez? Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter?
Very strong no.
Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada? Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, aye. Did you say aye? Couldn't hear him well. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone? Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye. Okay.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 26. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Millionaire is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk. It's Molinar Amendment Number 2, and I ask unanimous consent to avoid reading.
Without objection.
Thank you. Earlier this week, I had the opportunity to meet leaders in American auto manufacturing. As a member of the Select Committee on our nation's competition with the Chinese Communist Party, I attended these meetings with Chairman Gallagher, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, Congresswoman Dingell, and Congresswoman Stevens. We heard from companies throughout the automotive supply chain and from Americans who have been working in battery technology for decades. Everyone we talked to said the U.S. has fallen behind China in battery technology. And it was not because we have failed to innovate, it was because we failed to realize what we had. The lithium iron phosphate battery technology that our auto companies want today was first pioneered at the University of Texas, developed further at MIT, and then commercialized by a Massachusetts company. However, when the company went bankrupt, a Chinese company bought the intellectual property for the battery technology. Our very own CFIUS did nothing to stop this sale, and now American companies are forced to consider partnering with China-based companies to license the battery technology the United States pioneered. Knowing all of this, we must proactively put in guardrails that will make sure American research benefits Americans and not the CCP. In March of this year, an official for Goshen Inc., a subsidiary of China-based Goshen High Tech, said his company has secured a contract with the Department of Energy's U.S. Advanced Battery Consortium, USABC. In April, 24M, another Massachusetts company, announced it had a $3.8 million contract from USABC. One of 24M's business partners is a China-based company that has licensed 24M's technology to other companies around the world. We should not and cannot fund research only to have the recipients turn around and work with China-based companies. My amendment will bar any funding in this bill from being awarded by USABC to companies that are based in countries of concern and those that have China-based business partners. In this competition for the energy sources of the future, we cannot fund our competitors and hope for the best. We must have guardrails that protect our research dollars, our intellectual property, and the innovation funded by the hard-working men and women who pay taxes. We already won this race once, only to give away the technology. Let's make sure this doesn't happen again. Please vote for this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support the gentleman's amendment. I appreciate my colleague raising these important issues. I support the intent of my colleague's amendment to make sure the Department of Energy is not providing financial support to entities that might steal the intellectual property developed in the United States. We need to make sure that we can do everything to make sure that the benefits that our taxpayer-supported research and development efforts remain in America, and I think this is a step in the right direction. For these reasons, I support the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Ms. Capter is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the Molinar amendment, and I just think it's unnecessary. I yield back. I have no use for China.
Ms. Lee of Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's getting late, so thank you. I'm sorry to belabor this, but I really I want to talk. We had a chance to talk, Mr. Molinar and myself, and you know, hopefully in the future we can talk earlier on amendments. But I am in opposition of this amendment primarily because I think it has unintended consequences because it's written so vaguely and with such non-specific language. I don't disagree with the intent of the amendment, but I want to bring to attention how it could affect our national security, especially with the national NNSA, which is in my home state. So let me just first read the amendment to everyone. None of the funds made available by this act may be used by the Department of Energy to award any grant, contract, subcontract, award, loan, program, support, or other activity to any entity who enters into, maintains partnerships or licensing agreement with any entity of concern as defined by section 10114 of Title I of Division B of Public Law, 117167. My concern is severalfold. One is that this might place stricter requirements on the entities that partner with entities of concern than the actual entities of concerns themselves. Entities who contract with entities of concerns will not, under this amendment, receive any money from the DOE, whereas entities of concern would be prohibited from receiving just coverage support. So that's my number one issue with this. And I'm hoping we can work together to hammer this out. The other issue I have is if it is made law, this would cripple critical national security work overseen by the DOE and the National Nuclear Security Administration. The public servants that I work with at the NNSS gave this amendment one glance and expressed their very grave concern that this provision would seriously impede their work. The site in Southern Nevada has been key for many, many years in ensuring a safe, secure, and reliable U.S. nuclear deterrent, something I am sure we can all agree is a bipartisan priority. But my contacts at the site tell me that this careless amendment would delay or fully derail their plans to improve our stockpile stewardship program and ensure the integrity of our aging nuclear stockpile. Right now, the site is hard at work at building enhanced scientific facilities critical for maintaining the deterrent capabilities that our nation requires to defend against foreign threats. At the same time, the site is upgrading technology, test beds, and basic infrastructure critical for the effectiveness of its non-proliferation and counterterrorism programs. Again, initiatives I believe we all have some bipartisan support for. Constructing these complex new facilities and modernizing our national security infrastructure on time depends on a complex, unpredictable web of specialized suppliers, contractors, and subcontractors. That's the reality today. Yes, we might have a conversation about strengthening and securing our supply chains that our national security depends on. But this amendment doesn't do that. Instead, it proposes literally taking a sledgehammer to the critical national security work being performed in Southern Nevada and across the whole DOE NNSA enterprise. So I hope that the Republican majority understands that what this proposal would do to set back our nation's security at this moment when foreign adversaries are modernizing, expanding their arsenals at a blistering pace. So Mr. Molinar and Mr. Klein, you have a similar amendment. I'm not going to, somewhat similar, not as widespread as this. I have somewhat similar concerns. I oppose this amendment. I hope we can work on defining this issue more clearly so that we don't have the unintended consequence of hurting our national security by advancing an amendment that's really attempting to improve our national security. And with that, I yield.
Mr. Sinke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that everyone, as we go through this, there might be some things that unintended consequences, I agree. And let me walk you through an example as I'm sitting here, germanium. I don't know how many people are aware of germanium, but germanium, as it turns out, is a critical mineral that is absolutely necessary for lenses. And lenses, it turns out, high definition lenses for laser target designators, for lenses on satellites, for a number of lenses, everything in military related, no doubt has a germanium crystal on it. So this is where we are in the country. You know, oddly enough, the last germanium mine in Montana was in the great state of Tennessee. It has since then been shut down. The Gore family owned it. They've divested it a long time ago. But we are 100% as a country, 100% required to go to China for germanium. So we actually give China the specs for germanium crystals, and they grow it for us. They grow it all. And then what we do is we receive the crystals back. Thank you, China, for growing our crystals. And then we slice it and we put it in the lens. So all of us in this room would find it to be disturbing that our military is beholden to foreign sources for critical anything in this country. But we just want to make sure that as this goes through the process, that we look at, make sure that the unintended consequences, as both sides would realize, are mitigated in this. Because, oftentimes, it's late at night and amendments, they're often well-intended and they have absolutely the right purpose on it. We just want to make sure that there's no unintended consequences that may cause harm. So with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Mr. Molinar is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you for the discussion, and I certainly want to learn more about the research going on in Nevada and different aspects of this. I would point out, though, the fact that these entities are of concern are China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and we're using taxpayer dollars to fund research that they benefit from and are actually using against us. To me, I think we ought to have a better understanding of this. And I look forward to working with the chairman if we need to improve this amendment to avoid any unintended consequences. I hope the department will talk to us about what vital research they are doing where we need to partner with China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, because for the life of me, I don't want to see us becoming more dependent on those countries as we go forward. So I ask for support for the amendment, and I pledge to continue working on this.
Questions now on the amendment offered by Mr. Mullendorf. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. What'd you say?
Mr. Cuellar has his daughter,
Okay.
and Mr. Womack has his grandson.
I want to recognize Mr. Cuellar, who wants to introduce us to his daughter, Christina. Thank you, thank you. And Mr. Womack has his grandson, Caden, here. What'd you say?
Turns 10 in a week.
Okay. You owe him something else, right? Okay.
Get him a great present.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Platt, you're recognized? Mhm. Without it, objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll be brief. The hour's late. This amendment is following on the good amendment by my friend from Michigan, and would prohibit taxpayer funds from going to any entity that is owned by or controlled by a corporation based in a country identified as a non-market economy country or a priority foreign country by the USTR in the most recent report. It's an attempt to go after countries that deny adequate and effective protection of intellectual property rights or deny fair and equitable market access to United States persons that rely on intellectual property protection. And it allows the USTR to determine that. It allows for exceptions where an entity can seek a waiver if the legal or financial connection to a corporation is minor. It's also flexible when it comes to entities connected to certain foreign countries. It's specific to an entity that is owned, controlled, or is a subsidiary of, or is otherwise legally related to or financially to a corporation based in a country of concern. And it only prohibits funds from being used to award contracts, subcontracts, grants, or loans related to certain entities. You know, Mr. Molinar has talked about the problems that we're facing with the theft of our intellectual property protection, and it is important to take action, whether it is a broader approach, as Mr. Molinar has done, or a more narrow approach with exceptions, as this amendment would do. I want to continue that conversation so that we can find the right language going forward. I won't belabor the committee, but and I'm happy to take questions and talk about it further, but I would hope we could support the amendment, keep the ball moving forward, and make sure that we stand strong against intellectual property protection from wherever around the world it comes. I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support the gentleman's amendment. I appreciate my distinguished colleague raising this issue, as I did his predecessor, Mr. Molinar, with his. I support the intent of my colleague's amendment to make sure the Department of Energy I support my colleague's amendment to ensure that the vital benefits from the American taxpayer-funded research remain in America. We need to do everything that we can to protect intellectual property of the United States from flowing to our adversaries. I think this, again, is a step in the right direction. For these reasons, I support the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I view the amendment as unnecessary, but I'll yield to to Congresswoman Lee. Capture.
It's good. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Again, I think that the same concerns, but I did want to bring up one thing with you. You know, a lot of the work that's going on at these labs, the NNSA, you know, there's a whole web of contractors, subcontractors, et cetera. So I just want us to be, as you know, I do not disagree that we do not want to be, that we want to be shipping, you know, I agree that we want to prevent shipping our intellectual property. I want to make that very clear. I'm not opposed to the intent, okay? But I did want to point out that under this, there's a term that says the use of related legally or financially to a corporation. Now, that could mean any type of single agreement, investment, regardless of its level of importance or influence. And so I think that this is a little bit broader than your typical foreign ownership or control or influence test. And I just ask that we take a little bit of care in how we define this, given the critical national security work that is being done across all the labs in NNSA. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Mr. Klein is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank the gentlelady for her comments. I share her caution and want to make sure that as we attempt to protect our national security, we don't inadvertently hinder efforts to, in other areas, to ensure that the U.S. is a leader globally in labs and certain development in certain areas, and we can do that and still protect our intellectual property rights. So I appreciate the gentlelady's concern, look forward to working with her through this process, and with that, I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Klein. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. I now recognize Mr. Rogers.
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 Energy and Water Development and related agencies appropriations bill to the House.
The question is now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2024 Energy and Water Development and related agencies appropriations bill to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
Recorded vote. Recorded vote. Chris, we need a recorded vote. Yeah. So can I call recorded vote, Mr. Fleischman? She does.
Call
Call
for it.
recorded vote.
Roll call, a recorded vote is requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call a roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Amaday. Mr. Amaday, yes. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, yes. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, no. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner, aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California, no. Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rupersberger. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone. Ms. Underwood. Ms. Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton, no. Mr. Womack. Aye. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye.
I got a new one.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally.
We all have 34, 24.
On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 24. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approve. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Minority views filed for 3 days. Thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Without objections, no, so ordered. That includes today's business. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.